City of Lawrenceville. You know what, let's go ahead and get started. I think we've got one more here soon, but let's go ahead. I've got 4:37 at this time. We'll call the meeting as Canyon City Commission to order. And with that, Mayor Pro Tem, would you lead us in the invocation?
We all pray with me. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we just thank you so much, Father. We just thank you for just continued safety of the men and women that work here for the City of Canyon, Father, and the continued safety of our citizens. Father, we thank you for the weather and pray for more rain. Father, our parched land definitely needs it. And Father, we're just going to be doing business for the City of Canyon tonight. We ask that you be right in the middle of it with us. Father, help us when we mess it up. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Stand with me for the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, next item of business is approval of the minutes of the meeting of August 3rd, 2024. And I do have one minor correction. I missed the last meeting and it says that I adjourned into executive session, so that should say Mayor Pro Tem.
If there are no other corrections, I move to.
Second.
Have a motion and second to approve the minutes as corrected. All in favor, signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. The motion passes. All right, takes us to item number 5, public comment, comments from interested citizens. And we do have 3 folks who have signed in. 2 are Davey and Jeff Hamilton, and as we get to the agenda, get you all to come up at that point. The other who has signed in is Joe Marion. And Joe, if you would.
Just in case.
Okay. All right, so all good then. Okay. Very good. Then we will close the public comments, have the 2 later, and takes us to item number 6. It's a presentation of a proclamation recognizing September 2024 as Hunger Action Month. And have a proclamation. Whereas hunger and poverty are issues of vital concern in Texas, where 16.4% of people face hunger in Texas, and 1 in every 5 children do not know where their next meal will come from. And whereas everyone needs nutritious food to thrive, and in every community in America, people are working hard to provide for themselves and their families, that in 2022, 44 million people, 1 in 7, including more than 13 million children, 1 in 5 face food insecurity in the U.S., and that includes 1 in 7 individuals and 1 in 6 children in the City of Canyon. Whereas the City of Canyon, Texas is committed to taking steps to combat hunger in every part of our community and to provide additional resources that those in the City of Canyon need. And whereas the City of Canyon, Texas is committed to working with High Plains Food Bank, the market on Tierra Blanca, Filled with Hope, and the nationwide network of food banks feeding America and educating people about the role and importance of food banks and pantries in addressing hunger and raising awareness of the need to devote more resources and attention to hunger issues. And whereas more than 19,680 individuals in Randall County rely on food provided by the members of the High Plains Food Bank annually, and whereas the members of High Plains Food Bank distributed more than 7.8 million pounds of food to 11,192 families in 2023 through the network of food pantries, soup kitchens, shelters, and other community organizations. And whereas the month of September has been designated Hunger Action Month in order to bring attention to food insecurity in our communities and to enlist the public in the movement to end hunger by taking action. including volunteer shifts, social media shares, and donations to ensure every community and everybody in it has the food they need to thrive. And whereas food banks and pantries across the country, including the members of the High Plains Food Bank, the Market on Tierra Blanca, and Fill with Hope, host events throughout the month of September to bring awareness and help end hunger in their local community. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and commissioners of the city of Canyon, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2024 as Hunger Action Month, and we urge every resident to recognize the challenges that many in our community face in regards to hunger and encourage every resident to do what they can to address the issue of hunger. Together, we can ensure that all in the city of Canyon have, at all times, the food they need to thrive. Given under this hand and seal of office, the 17th day of September 2024. This is an issue that I think the heart of Canyon really shows, and we've got folks here tonight by each of these three entities. Zach Wilson is here, Cindy Sheets is here, and Glenn Baucus is here to represent the High Plains Food Bank, Fill with Hope, and the Market at Tierra Blanca. And each of these three really are working together, filling the needs of those that are facing, I think Glenn puts it well, food insecurity. And I would like to invite each of you all, partly would like to thank you all for being here. I also invited Lisa Boney with Meals on Wheels. I think they subsidize meals for seniors as well, and she wasn't able to make it. But if you all would like to come up and say a few words about your organization, would love for you to do that here. So, sure.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioners. Bringing awareness to the problem is a first step, so thank you for doing that. Just a couple of additional statistics. 2/3 of our clients come from the city of Canyon. 97% of our clients fall at or below the poverty threshold set by High Plains Food Bank. The few clients that were above that threshold have only come once or twice, and they were within $1,500 of that threshold. So the need is real, the need exists, and we appreciate everybody's help in helping dent food insecurity.
Thank you.
Thank y'all so much for the opportunity to be here today, and thank you above all for this proclamation and the awareness that it's going to bring to our community of our food insecurity in our Canyon community. Now, we work with children, but very closely with Glenn Baucus at Tierra Blanca and with our food pantry and food bank in Amarillo, and we're very grateful for the food bank. Through the summer, we provided food for our meals for our children at Lakeview as well as at Reeves Hinger, and we couldn't have done it without the food bank and that invitation to be there with them. Canyon ISD is our heart, and we are grateful for that partnership. We're now serving over 1,500 students every Friday, getting very close to 1,600, a long drive haul from where we started back in 2011 and 2012 with 300 children in our elementaries. So 20 of our schools served. Thank you for this opportunity today and this proclamation.
Mayor, City Commission, thank you for, first of all, the proclamation and making this possible. I definitely want to echo what's already been said. You know, just this year has really been, in a matter of words, the worst we've ever seen it in the Texas Panhandle. We're serving the most households we've ever served in our history. Right now, over 17,000 households throughout the 29 counties that we serve. It was over just 10,000 last year. So the need is real. The need is there, and you never know who it's going to affect. I had a conversation with a person who lives down the street from me and had a sibling that was going through some issues as we speak, and has a great paying job, and but due to costs and things that have been happening, it put them in a situation that they've never been before. So, but it takes all of us to make it work. It can't be just one entity and all of us working together. And this is a great, if not the best, community to live in. So I want to say thank you very much for bringing awareness to this, and appreciate it. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. We do have proclamation here, and I don't know, commissioners, y'all want to come forward and we'll have a picture there.
Everyone look at me. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Good to go.
Now look at me. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Some others, but no, appreciate it much. Thank you all. Thank you. All right, next looking forward to, we've got an update from West Texas A&M University President, Dr. Walter Wendler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, for an opportunity to just say a few words and tell you how much personally I appreciate living and working in Canyon, Texas every day. We have a remarkable town-gown relationship, I believe, between the university and the city of Canyon. And these things, the importance of this can't be overstated. And its value is not fully realized until it's missing. But we've got it. And I appreciate our continued efforts to work together and make that real and vibrant and continue to add to it. What I wanted to do today is just give you a few words on things going on the campus. Much of this will be known to you, but our enrollment for the fall semester as of now is about dead even with where it was last year. As many of you know, we struggle with enrollment, where I just recently did a little map to look at population centers in Texas and where we are and so on. And our great strength is we're here in Canyon, Texas, and up on the Texas Panhandle. And it's also a great challenge for a university where there's so many students who are distant from us. We have within a 100-mile radius of our campus, or of Canyon, we have 516,000 people. Within a 100-mile radius of Texas A&M, they have 11 million people. No wonder they needed to build a football stadium that had 100,000 seats in it. I mean, it's just a lot of people. And we're different. And we have something that Texas A&M will never have. We are absolutely in the center of gravity of the production of food, fuel, and fiber. And if people don't think that's important to the state of Texas, they haven't heard me talk about it, because it's critical to our future. And we literally are the center of gravity of producing what people need to eat, what they need, the hydrocarbons to fuel their lives, and the cotton now. The cotton used to be centered in Lubbock. It's moving on. It's following the water up to Canyon. We hope that you gotta pray for rain every day. But the bottom line is, we are in the middle of this, and it makes us a very important place, in my mind. Plus, the people that live here are an incredible lot. They just are remarkable folks, and I see it every day on the campus and in the community, and I'm thankful for that. Couple of things on campus. I think everybody knows we're in the process of the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension facility right next to the water tower is under construction now. And that took a long time. It was slow going, but this is where they need to be. And they just recently realized it's where they want to be because it's where they're going to be. And there was a little bit of machinations in the beginning, but it's going to be here, and it's going to be, I think, an excellent addition to our campus and also to the extended community. It drives a lot of traffic in and out. They have conferences, all kinds of things associated with AgriLife Extension, and that's going to be good for all of us. Good for our faculty and students. There's employment opportunities, research opportunities, and so on. So we're very thankful for that. Some of you may have heard, little chit chat about the museum. We are in the process of doing a significant study on what it would take to update the museum and bring it up to 21st century standards, because it's not now at it's not even at late 20th century standards. It's stuck in the mid-50s somewhere. We recently, 2 years ago now, I guess, did a elaborate study of all of the deferred maintenance on the campus of West Texas A&M University. And the museum clocked in at $100 million in perceived necessary deferred maintenance issues. And we reckoned at the time that it would cost about $200 million to build the new museum. And as an architect, I can tell you when deferred maintenance upgrades reach approximately half the cost of a new building, the wise thing to do is usually move to a new building, is to look at a new building. And what we're looking at, and we're pretty far along, as a matter of fact, we have a meeting in College Station in a couple of weeks with Chancellor Sharp again, and the Texas Historical Commission will be there. We're talking about this effort. And it's an effort that's actually grown. Well, it grew wildly and then it shrunk back a little bit, but we've settled in on an estimated cost of around $250 million to raise all of the parts of the museum except for Pioneer Hall, and to build a new museum around or associated with Pioneer Hall. This is what the Texas Historic Commission thinks is a good idea, and we think it's a good idea on the campus. We just need $250 million. We'll be all set to go. But that's what we're asking for, and we're not going to be shy about it. It's the most important history museum in the state of Texas. And what I constantly remind people of is that the artifacts that are preserved in that museum, by and large, represent the artifacts of the culture, and I'm going to say this again, that produces the food, fuel, and fiber that feeds, powers, and clothes so much of Texas and so much of the United States. That makes this museum very important because it's about economic development. And, I'm hopeful that we'll be able to encourage legislators to think that this is that important. It would be a remarkably, it would be a great project for our campus and the community. And I think for the region, and I believe for the state of Texas, because it does catalog all this history that's so important to our future. I mean, the entrepreneurism that makes Texas great is embodied in that museum. The sort of value of our culture embodied in that museum. The quality of the thought life and the intellect of the people of the Texas Panhandle embodied in that museum. And I believe if we work hard and do the things we're supposed to do, that we're called to do to make this known, that we may get some traction with it. And it's a long hope, there's no question about it, but better than a short one in my mind. And it's especially profound that the architects that we're working with have agreed that the $100 million for deferred maintenance is probably about right to get all the elevators and just everything. Now, the building has fallen down around the best collection of artifacts in the history of the state of Texas in the whole state. And we're very excited about this. We also have a couple of new initiatives that we're working on. We have a major commitment to rural health care in the Panhandle. The Randall County leadership and Potter County leadership have been instrumental in helping us package up a deal whereby 10 acres of ground, well, it's a little more than 10, but the necessary ground to build a new behavioral health hospital, which is, we would probably refer to it as a mental health hospital, but the term now that many people use, behavioral health hospital on the old site of TVMDL, which was moved from Amarillo Boulevard to Canyon. And on, also on Russell Long Boulevard, on a street that used to be a Texas, a TxDOT. Because of the largesse of the council, now belongs to the city, and I know we're in the throes of finalizing the relationship. I just looked at it today, Joe, and again.
It's only taken 4 years.
That was my 4 years. I looked at the date. I'm like, gosh, it was 2020 when this started. I was a young man.
Derailed.
At any rate, we're working at it, and persistence pays off is my belief. And I looked at it today, and I thought, this agreement looks good. I'm going to go over it with Randy Reichel. But I think everything is in there that we need to have in there, and it's clear to me, so I'm very excited about that. But that movement of those places from Amarillo to Canyon benefits all the communities because it puts our agricultural focus for the top 26 right here at Canyon, Texas, West Texas A&M University, where it needs to be. This is where it needs to be. And we're excited about that. I'm also very excited. Holly Jeffries, if you know her, is our new dean on the College of the Joe and Laura Street, or Laura and Joe Street College of Nursing and Health Sciences. And she is a fireball. And we have just purchased the old bus station in Amarillo, and we're going to convert that into a training facility to expand our capability to train behavioral health care professionals. Nurse practitioners or family nurse practitioners in mental health care, MSN nurses, BSN nurses, and also technical staff to work in that hospital. And HHS is very excited because we want to partner with them and kind of have a beta test site for the kinds of training that will best serve all these new hospitals that they're building in Texas. And I just feel that Providence has set us up to be right there, and Holly's leadership and the leadership of the counties and the cities and, you know, For Price, there've been so many that have been so helpful. We're excited about that. The two other things I'll mention, one I want to mention. We, of course, water in this part of the world is exceedingly important. You all know that. And we have in each legislative session, we get to make a legislative appropriations request. The last couple of years have been dominated by agriculture, the large food animal effort at the university to better understand and work with the beef industry has been very important. This year, the primary effort is for a Center for Water Resilience. We have some water funding now, but we need more. And we went down about 3 weeks ago to Texas Tech University. And when I say we, I mean a small group from WT. And also, we met with the president and another group from Texas Tech. But most importantly to me, we met with Senator Charles Perry and Senator Kevin Sparks. And they're committed to this, and what we've done is in partnership, it's not an even partnership, it's a 60-40 split. Tech gets the big part. They're asking for $6 million, but we're asking for $4 million. And we're doing this together because we think that will, it's not so much what I think, it's actually what the senators, Charles Perry and Kevin Sparks, think would be well received by the State House to see two different universities working together on a project that's crucially important to the future of Texas, which is water. So there's a lot going on. I'm very pleased with it. I'm excited about our enrollment, some of our graduate programs, our new doctorate in education. It's 4 years old, and it went from 0 to 100 students in 4 years. And these doctoral students, a lot of people may not know this. This is very important to me as the CEO. Doctoral students are funded at 7 times the rate as undergraduate students. So having 100 doctoral students is like an additional 700 graduate students from a funding. Not as good. I know it'd be better in the community to have more students buying more things and paying more taxes of various kinds. But in terms of resources to the university, these doctoral students are very special. And they're doing a great job. They're focused on the smaller schools in the Texas Panhandle. And also on our two, CISD and AISD. I was at AISD a couple of weeks ago. I'm going to CIS soon, I can't remember when, but it's coming. And I'm looking forward to it because these partnerships are invaluable here. And as I say, I've been in a lot of university communities and I've never seen it quite the way it is here. So I'm very thankful for that. And Mr. Mayor, if it's appropriate, I'll take any questions if any of the commissioners have questions. Otherwise, that's my update.
I appreciate everything you're doing, Dr. Miller, and I mentioned your agriculture, but your growth of the ag department is amazing. I went to Ag Day last week, it was unbelievable.
It was a crowd, wasn't it? Good crowd.
Really good to see.
What do you think of the new AD? I'll ask you a
Oh,
question.
yes, I like him. He's been staying at our son's house, so we got to know him real well.
Yeah, I know he was staying on this. I don't know who to warn. I don't know who to warn about that thing. But anyway, he's a very fine gentleman. I think when you all get to know him, you're going to like him. And Michael McBroom did a great job too. But this guy is really, he's a fine gentleman. He's living out in Deer Ridge, and that's where they're going to be. Have they moved out yet?
He moved out last Friday, I think, yeah.
Good. That's good.
Stayed there 3 weeks with Chris.
Yeah.
We got to know him very well.
Yeah, that's good. Anyway, we appreciate this, Doug Lipinski. You know, I called every leading Division II AD in the United States of America. I personally called them. Some of them took 2 or 3 calls to get through to them. And 2 of them exhibited some interest. I told them I wanted to hire them. They said, we've never met. I said, I don't care. You've got a good program. It's rated very well, and it's genuinely well perceived throughout the state of Texas in Division II programs. So not all of them were in Texas, of course. Lipinski was at Grand Valley State, which is rated as the best program, the best Division II program in America. And we're still about intercollegiate athletics. This NIL business and all that sort of stuff, you can have it. I'm glad it's not here. We may be the sweet spot of intercollegiate athletics in Division II, at the high end of Division II. And Lipinski, we talked with him, we talked with all of them, we talked with a whole bunch of people, some of the existing people here that were interested, but Lipinski seemed to be the best one for us. And after we made the hire, I had 3 search firms chirping at me for me to pay them to hire an AD. And 2 of them called me and said, we couldn't have done any better than you did. And I thought, man, that was a high compliment, knowing how these guys are. These headhunters they're brutal.
We sure like him. I think he's going to be really good.
Yeah, he's a fine gentleman. Fine gentleman. I think he's going to fit in here very nicely. And do you know, this is the first place outside of Grand Rapids, Michigan he's ever lived.
That's what he told us. I
Yeah,
couldn't
I
believe
know.
it.
Yeah, I know. He picked the winner, I'll tell you that. All right, well, any other, I don't want to take too much time. I feel like I have already.
Dr. Windler, we appreciate you being here, but likewise, we appreciate the relationship, and I think we've said before, you know, what's good for Kenyon is good for WT, and what's good for WT is really good for Kenyon. So
Agreed.
we appreciate that, appreciate the working relationship.
I thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that.
And I think come from a group here that are sitting here that I think pretty well WT graduates and all as well, so.
We'll hold against Chuck, you know.
So, yeah, go Bucks.
Yeah, go Bucks. I thank you very much for your
Thank you.
time. Thank you.
Dr. Windler.
All right, next, I think we're going to go ahead and go right quick to item number 15 and take care of that right quick. And that is the first reading of resolution number 20-2024, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Kenyon approving project funding agreement between Bold and the Bold LLC, DBA Big Texas Burritos, and Kenyon Economic Development Corporation relating to direct financial assistance for new business in Kenyon. Stephanie.
Many of y'all might know that when I took over this position, I actually asked the EDC and the commissioners, what are your 5 golden eggs? And one of them was El Patio. So not only to take that on as our gateway to Canyon, but also make sure that we have control over the vision of what's going to be on 15th. With that, we have a local, I guess you would say, restaurant that is looking to come and expand to their 3rd location here, and it's actually on that location they're going to use and play on the whole point of the Big Tex Burrito. They're going to have indoor and outdoor seating, so it'll be great for our Tireworks friends, but also for the tourists that come into Big Tex. So what we're doing is they're actually purchasing the property for $250,000, and then what we're giving them is $50,000 for incentives to go, and most of that is going for the landscaping. Again, most of y'all know that 15th is going to be improved with our lighting and our sidewalks and our trees, not pear trees, but so trees for that area. So we know that this is going to be a great addition to that area, and so we appreciate y'all's support on this. Again, no action is required on this, but we just wanted to have our first reading on this. Any
Any
questions?
questions for Cindy?
Me too.
Very good.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all.
All right, next on the agenda, and several items here. We're excited today, and I think Lucas, you're presenting. And the first item number 8, to consider and take appropriate action on Phantom Creek and Spring Canyon contingency agreement. And I know we do have several of our developers here, and I think now would probably be an appropriate time if you all, as we're getting started, and Lucas, you want to come introduce them, and we'll, appreciate this opportunity. So.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. Yes, there are several agenda items, but I know Jeff and Davey both signed in and wanted to speak, and so we've made a lot of effort. We've worked together for many months. Joe and myself and Chuck and all of our team, working with our engineer and Public Works, everybody working with these developers, their engineer, and we've come to a great conclusion here this evening with a lot of agreements to move forward, and it's going to make a huge impact for the city of Canyon. So I'll be explaining a whole lot about specifics, summarizing a lot of these documents and agreements tonight, but if Jeff and Davey and whoever else would like to speak want to come up and say a few words first, we can do that.
Mr. Cramner, Mr. Jones, Mr. Lyons, thank you guys. Mayor, thank you. Joe, appreciate you guys. Joe, you get paid for this. These other guys basically volunteer, so I don't envy you guys at all for all the decisions that you guys have to make, stuff like that. I appreciate your time and hard work, so thank you. September last year, we didn't think this was gonna happen. The state of Texas allowed us to opt out of the ETJ, and we took that benefit. I think that kind of opened up the city's eyes, our eyes, and it made us all work harder to find a solution and a compromise. And so that's what we've been doing for the last, I don't know, year and a half, or not quite a year and a half, but 13 months. And so that's where we're at on this deal. Lots of hard work, really the last 6-7 months for sure. Lots of work by Joe, lots of work by Lucas. And so appreciate that. Chuck, you're involved in a lot of this. We appreciate you. And our team worked hard, y'all's team worked hard, and I think that's a win-win for the city of Canyon, and I really appreciate that from everyone. So we're here just to say thank you and move forward on this. I think it's gonna be a good deal for everybody. And if you guys have any questions, Jeff and I, Dustin, would be glad to answer anything you might have, but that's all I have for now. So, thanks.
Just want to reiterate what Davey said, and I didn't realize I would get disappointed when I came to the meeting tonight, knowing that we could have named our company the Bold and the Bald. But it's already taken now, so.
Some creative LLCs out there.
That's great, I love it.
But like Davey said, we just want to say thank you to you guys as commissioners, and Chuck Hester, thank you for your work.
Sure.
Joe, Lucas, you guys have put numerous hours into this, and most of this won't, make sense to everybody in the audience and looking at this deal. But there's a lot of details, and each agreement goes and correlates to the next agreement, and this one can't do anything until this one's done, and on and on. It's how it got so complex, but we knew a year ago, in order to make all this happen, it was complex, and we just wanted to sit up here or, show up today and just say thank you for all the hard work and all the time and effort that you guys have put into that. And, during this process, if you have any questions, feel free to ask away. But thank you.
Thank you. What we did is combine several different documents into fewer agenda items to try and expedite things, but also to add clarity. And so this first agenda item 8, is for you all to consider, take appropriate action on a contingency agreement. And what that agreement does is it explains basically the overarching mission and goal here, and states explicitly that all of these agreements that are being considered tonight do rely on each other and are contingent upon one another. What we've specifically written in this contingency agreement is that following City Commission approval, the city will agree to perform each of these agreements and waivers in full so that we can ensure that the landowners present here tonight and the city have our necessary assurances to proceed with these developments. And so that is the first document. In summary, we are talking about 2 subdivisions here. Spring Canyon is changing into a more urban subdivision, and that will take effect in Unit 4 and then the entire east side with the installation of a new sewer system that I'll talk more about in a later agreement. And then across the road on the west side of 2590, Phantom Creek is another subdivision that Davey referred to, came out of the ETJ with the acceptance and approval of all of these documents. It will come back into City Canyon's ETJ and then be annexed, and will be an urban subdivision expected to produce around 450 residential lots. And so I present to you this first document, the contingency agreement, which lists out all of the agreements and waivers that are contingent upon one another that will be given to you for consideration tonight. And the recommendation we are asking for is giving City Manager Joe Price the authorization to sign this document on behalf of the City of Canyon.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. The motion passes.
All right.
All right, item number 9, consider and take appropriate action on the Phantom Creek Utility Extension Agreement, Annexation Services Agreement, and Subdivision Waiver Requests.
All right, thank you. So we're going to start with Phantom Creek as an independent subdivision on the west side of 2590. And these first 3 documents relate to the subdivision itself, to utility extensions, annexation, and a subdivision waiver. So starting with that utility extension agreement, what that document does is outline specifically the infrastructure that we as the City of Canyon are agreeing to construct, namely a lift station in Spring Draw in the middle of Spring Canyon that will be sized to receive all of the wastewater from Phantom Creek via a 10-inch sewer line. And it will also include 2 water line extensions from our existing water main on the east side of 2590. So through the construction of that lift station and 2 water line extensions, that subdivision will have water and sewer service that they'll be able to tap into for that subdivision. So that's the utility extension agreement. The annexation services agreement talks about all the things that we as a city will offer as services once that piece of property is annexed. It'll be the benefits for all of the residents, business owners, and landowners in that subdivision as citizens of the city of Canyon. And so that talks through all of the scopes of services, including fire, police, building safety, planning, zoning, parks, recreation, get your library card, environmental health, stormwater management, street lighting, traffic engineering, water sewer, solid waste, and emergency management. And so those are all the things that in the county, you would have some of those services, but in a different respect. Once you're annexed into the city, those are all the services that we're going to extend to that area. And then finally, as part of the initial application process, the landowner did submit a subdivision waiver request. This is a new process that we did enact when we adopted subdivision regulations last April in 2023. Basically saying anytime a developer wants to go outside of the prescribed regulations, they can submit this request. We take it to the Planning and Zoning Commission and then bring it here for final approval. Their request is to pave cul-de-sacs with regular asphalt instead of the required concrete pavement. This did get unanimous approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission and Public Works, City Management. We are all in agreement with that recommendation from P&Z, primarily due to the efforts made by the developer to reduce the number of cul-de-sacs, but also the fact that there are alleys reducing a lot of the traffic, especially from our trash trucks that tend to tear those up. And so because of those considerations, we do have recommendation and support for that waiver. And so the way we've outlined this is individual motions for each one, and you'll see that 1, 2, 3, and that's how we'd like to receive that from you all.
Move to approve the Phantom Creek Utility Extension Agreement. I move to approve the Phantom Creek Utility Annexation Services Agreement, and move to approve the Phantom Creek Subdivision Waiver Request as presented.
I think we'll probably do these as individual motions, so.
She just made three, in my opinion. She
I
made
made
three
them three, so
separate
you just put
motions.
vote on each
Okay.
one, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine, and
Three separate ones.
Okay.
authorize city manager to sign the agreements once approved.
Second, but I have some discussion.
Okay. Well, first then, we will, we have a motion and a second to approve the Phantom Creek Utility Extension Agreement as presented, authorize City Manager Joe Price to execute the agreement on behalf of the City of Canyon. All in favor of that motion?
I do have some discussion on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Got it. Further discussion, I'm sorry.
Not to divert, because you're rolling pretty good there. But I'm gonna ask you a question that we talked about a little bit in executive session. And I don't necessarily expect the exact same answer, but on all three agenda items, on all 4 agenda items, 9 through 13, this is something that we've never done before. And so it gives me a little unease of having to go through and approve these. I did go back and reread these. Not that, I think I trust the minutia of what we're talking about. I trust the expertise of what we're talking about. But Lucas and Joe and even Chuck, can we go back over and just answer a couple of questions for me? And that is, why you think this is good for Canyon and what the impact will be.
Absolutely. Joe, would you like me to begin?
Yeah, go ahead.
First part of the question, why is this good for Canyon? This is good for Canyon primarily because it sets up a better development pattern in our region. We had very candid conversations with Jeff and Davey about what was going to happen with Phantom Creek, for example, if it did not come to this conclusion, and that was it was going to be a 1-acre subdivision in the county. My opinion as an urban planner is that that's not good for our communities. I think that it's not a sustainable development pattern. That's just my opinion, but I think that it's better for our community to offer water, offer sewer, have more dense developments, more compact neighborhoods. I think that's better for interaction amongst those communities, and I think it's better for the long-term sustainability of our water sources. And I think that it's going to be great for our economic development expectations, to be able to bring people in. We saw after this last housing boom from 2019 to 2022, a huge influx in commercial. I think we'll see a similar wave with more housing and more commercial, and I think that's good for the city of Canyon.
Well, and, you know, from my standpoint, it's important for the commission to gain an understanding, like Lucas said, of our assessment of potential impact of the development and the fact that we're spending public money to build the infrastructure to support it. And that's important to understand, gain an understanding of why we're doing that, or why we're recommending it.
I had a few minutes to take some notes. Most of this time when I personally looked at development, even before Lucas got here, I looked at it from a business standpoint on a return on investment. So what is the investment that has to be made on our end for the biggest impact? And also taking into account where the housing demand is. It's been clear since I've been here and before that a lot of the housing has definitely been staged up on the north side, and that continues to grow. As Amarillo grows towards us, we are growing towards that. So I think the demand's there. I do think we have some challenging on housing, not just from an affordable capital A, but housing in general. You know, when Lucas and I have looked at some of the housing dynamics, if you look at how many houses are on the market at any given time for our community, it is below the average, the typical average. And I think that is unhealthy in certain ways. It does worry me a little bit on housing prices, because I think there's some of these houses that are being built that are outpriced for some of our current citizens. And so I do think there's some challenges there. But at the impact on investment of $5 million to be able to return and get 900 to 1,000 lots, I think that's, when you run the math on that, it's pretty significant so for that amount of money. The biggest challenge that we've suffered, even when Dan and I talked about it at length, is trying to address some sewer challenges. Now, this won't only help, some of this started when we were working with our partner with Robbie Christie and Tommy Stafford on N&B. We had some vision working with the commission to upsize some capacity of our water and sewer lines. If we had not done that and taken that initiative, this might not be possible. So being that there was that vision, while we were trying to do that for a different piece of land, this came along. When you've got willing and able developers wanting to do it, we were able to take that and move it, and we've been able to work with N&B Homes on that and make that adjustment, even sometimes at whim's notice, to try to do this. But I think for the impact on the housing, with this little money, $5 million is obviously a lot less than what we'd have to do on the east side of town, and a lot less on some other sides of town. But I think we're getting a major impact. There is some dynamic change from the 2019 Supreme Court decision. We are gaining more sales tax from houses. With the online markets, we are getting sales tax from that. That for 50 to 70 plus years, that was never the case. We were not getting that. That changed, that there is more of an impact with building a house versus if you built a house back before 2019 or 2020, you were just relying on that person to go to Walmart, to go to the grocery store, to eat at the restaurants, to deliver a sales tax. That's changed some of the dynamic. One of the things that we preach and what we learn, a lot of people want to be in the CISD housing. And I believe that is a big primary reason why South Amarillo is growing and why our community is wanting to grow. I think there's a lot of families that are wanting to be there and just can't find a place to be. So I think CISD plays a major role. Overall, I think we just need homes in general. And I think this is a big picture. While we've done some of the other developments along the way, I think Madison Park, when it got built, I think it exceeded how fast, the duration of time of the build out on that. When we look back and see that origination, the timeline sped up faster than we expected. But economic development, best bang for their buck, return on investment. We're in line with the same goals of more houses to better our community. Thanks.
Best thing, the whole thing is he sounds a lot like me now.
No, we don't.
Best thing, the whole
Mr. Mayor, I think we need to adjourn.
I'm proud of you, Joe.
I still think we need to adjourn. Thank you for that question, Cody. I know I've thought about it since you've asked it.
All right, any other questions or discussions before we vote on the first motion here? All in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes. Takes us to the second motion that's been seconded. The motion to approve the Phantom Creek Utility Annexation Services Agreement is presented and authorize City Manager Joe Price to execute the agreement on behalf of the City of Canyon. Any further discussion on that? All in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes. All right, third motion here is the motion to approve the Phantom Creek subdivision waiver request for concrete cul-de-sacs. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes. All right, that takes us to item number 10, to consider and take appropriate action on the Phantom Creek groundwater rights sales contract, special warranty deed for groundwater rights, and easement agreement for groundwater rights.
Thank you. And it's PDF page 36, if that's helpful. Awesome. So the second major component of the Phantom Creek subdivision agreements is the purchase from the City of Canyon for the water rights of that entire 148.37 acre area. The groundwater rights will enable the City of Canyon to drill municipal water wells within the subdivision at a future date. The 3 wells referenced in the following agreements will have the potential to produce an additional 795 gallons per minute, over 1 million gallons a day, to the city's existing water supply. The first document for consideration is the actual groundwater rights sales contract, which outlines all the terms and conditions of the purchase for the groundwater rights. Through this purchase, we do gain full availability of these rights with nothing reserved. As I mentioned earlier, 3 municipal water wells may be drilled in this area, and the city has agreed to pay $1,700 per acre for those water rights, which is a sum of $252,000 and $252,229 and 0 cents. Where's Bo? Including the cents. And so the developer will be responsible for providing the future well sites that meet the groundwater district regulations. And so part of the agreement was to give the developer some flexibility on where the permanent well sites will be, so that as they're developing, if they run into any issues with a specific site, as long as that site that they propose meets the groundwater district rules and regulations, we can agree on that site as it's platted and then move forward in that way, so that we can guarantee we have the sites we need to get the wells, but they have the flexibility as their development needs change over the coming years. The second document is just a special warranty deed for those groundwater rights, which is also an attachment to the sales contract. And then the final document is an easement agreement for groundwater rights, which explicitly states how the City of Canyon can get easements for pipelines if we were to develop ahead of them and their neighborhoods. There's a specific process that we can follow. If they are going to plat their neighborhoods before we get to that point, then there's another process to follow. That way we can make sure that we're all in agreement with how we're going to get from that site to transmit that water out of the subdivision. Are there any questions on those?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion we approve the Phantom Creek groundwater rights sales contract as presented and authorize the city manager, Joe Price, to execute the agreement on behalf of the City of Canyon. Then I make another motion. Number 2, motion to approve the Phantom Creek special warranty deed for groundwater rights as presented and authorize city manager, Joe Price, to execute the agreement on behalf of the City of Canyon. And then my third motion will be motion to approve the Phantom Creek easement agreement for groundwater rights as presented and authorize city manager Joe Price to execute the agreement on behalf of the City of Canyon.
I second motion 1, 2, and 3.
All right. Then, is there any further discussion before we vote? All in favor of the first motion to approve the groundwater rights sales contract, signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. The motion passes. All in favor of the second motion to approve the Phantom Creek special warranty deed for groundwater rights, signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. That motion passes. And then have a motion to approve the Phantom Creek easement agreement for groundwater rights. All in favor of that motion, signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. And that motion passes as well. All right, item number 11 is consider and take appropriate action on Spring Canyon Supplemental Development Agreement, Utility Extension Agreement, Participation Agreement for Spring Canyon Unit 4, and Spring Canyon Parkway Bridge and Subdivision Waiver Request.
All right, thank you. And this is PDF page 97 for those of you trying to follow along. So now we're moving over to the east side of 2590 into the Spring Canyon subdivision. And we have a set of 4 documents that likewise to Phantom Creek. The first 4 documents all relate to the development itself as a subdivision. The first document is a supplemental development agreement. As you're all aware, this is already an existing subdivision annexed into the city of Canyon with a previously existing development agreement. And so we have developed a supplemental development agreement that will be in effect for units 4 and all those that follow. And then there are a couple things in that supplemental development agreement that will apply to the first 3 units. Namely, if any of the first 3 units want to tie into the sewer and the specific addition of some sidewalk where the developers have requested it. So in this supplemental development agreement, it outlines the requirements to meet our updated subdivision regulations, gives a couple of provision in areas that sidewalks or any kind of alley is not feasible due to the extensive terrain challenges in the subdivision. The city manager does reserve the right to waive requirements in those circumstances. And then primarily, what this does is talk through the exaction fee that will be retrieved, and that also exists in the Phantom Creek agreements, which means that anybody who ties into this new sewer system upon the issuance of a building permit will pay $850. And that's something that the city of Canyon will receive to help subsidize that cost of that $5 million project. The math adds up to about an expected $500,000 in contributions once all of those lots are developed at some point, and so that's the portion that the city expects to receive back once it's all developed through those exaction fees. The utility extension agreement, similar to the Phantom Creek agreement, outlines the construction of that new lift station in the spring draw. It also calls for that exaction fee, and it specifically states that the land for the lift station will be conveyed to the city of Canyon so that the landowners don't have to keep that land in their name. The participation agreement, the third agreement there, outlines the city of Canyon's financial participation in the on-site public infrastructure for units 4 and the construction of the Spring Parkway Bridge. And so in conversation with the developers, this made the most sense for us to contribute towards this project so that Spring Canyon Parkway Bridge is constructed. And that will, once completed, be the access point as required by the state to that new lift station, which will be built on the east side of the draw. And so there'll be concurrent construction projects as we're working on the lift station. The developers will be working on that bridge and Unit 4. And then once we finish all of that at the same time, the bridge is finished, we can turn on the lift station, we're able to access it, and then Unit 4 has that sewer service from that lift station. So there'll be a lot of moving pieces all working together, but at the end of the day, when they're all done, they'll all rely on each other to tie in. And then the last is a subdivision waiver, similar to the Phantom Creek subdivision waiver. It's the same exact request to waive that requirement for the concrete cul-de-sac pavement. Any questions on any of those?
Bear with me, there's 4 motions here, so.
Paul said he'd be one to give you a breather.
So I move to approve the Spring Canyon Supplemental Development Agreement as presented and authorize City Manager Joe Price to execute the agreement on behalf of the City of Canyon. Motion 1. Motion 2, I move to approve the Spring Canyon Utility Extension Agreement as presented and authorize City Manager Joe Price to execute the agreement on behalf of the City of Canyon. Motion 3, I move to approve the participation agreement for Spring Canyon Unit 4 and Spring Canyon Parkway Bridge as presented and authorize City Manager Joe Price to execute the agreement on behalf of the City of Canyon. And motion 4, to approve the Spring Canyon subdivision waiver for concrete cul-de-sacs as presented and authorize City Manager Joe Price to execute the agreement on behalf of the City of Canyon.
I'll second motions 1, 2, 3, and 4.
With that, is there any further discussion before we vote? All in favor of motion 1 to approve the Spring Canyon Supplemental Development Agreement, signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. The motion passes. All in favor of motion 2 to approve the Spring Canyon Utility Extension Agreement, signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. The motion passes. All for motion number 3, all in favor to approve the participation agreement for Spring Canyon Unit 4 and Spring Canyon Parkway Bridge, signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. The motion passes. And on motion number 4, to approve the Spring Canyon subdivision waiver for concrete cul-de-sacs, all in favor, signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. The motion passes. All right, now takes us to item number 12. To consider and take appropriate action on Spring Canyon conveyance agreement and XL utility easement.
All right, thank you. So, following all of the development-related agreements, we also have a conveyance agreement and a utility utility easement agreement. And so another component of this Spring Canyon subdivision update is to secure an easement for Excel to construct a backup power line that will provide our Kim Road pump station and water wells with a redundant power source. In addition to that, part of the agreement is for the City of Canyon to secure some property for future water system upgrades to serve all of the growth in this area of the city. So that first agreement there, the conveyance agreement, is the landowners agreeing to convey that easement and the piece of property for the water tower. The second agreement is a utility easement that does not have the City of Canyon as a party, but the City of Canyon has a current easement in that exact same location for our water pipeline. And so we need approval from the City Commission so that we can grant our blessing for that easement to overlap our existing.
Mr. Mayor, I move we approve the Spring Canyon conveyance agreement as presented and authorize City Manager Joe Price to execute the agreement on behalf of the City of Canyon. Second motion, I make a motion to approve the XL agreement, the XL utility easement as an overlapping easement to the City of Canyon existing pipeline easement.
Second motion 1 and second motion 2.
Before we vote, is there any further discussion? All in favor of motion 1 to approve the Spring Canyon conveyance agreement, signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. The motion passes. All in favor of approving the XL utility easement as an overlapping easement to the city's existing pipeline easement, signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. That motion passes as well. Now, item number 13 is consider and take appropriate action on the Meyer Park Unit 1 participation agreement.
All right, so that wraps up our marathon with Phantom Creek and Spring Canyon. But part of this sewer extension project that the City of Canyon is taking on occurs in the Meyer Park subdivision. And so we've been working with Tommy and Robbie with N&B back and forth many times over how to construct a portion of this project within the Meyer Park subdivision and give them some incentive through some cost share and also allow them to tie on to a commercial corner. And so if you look at the exhibit here, you'll see the agreement which talks about specifically, it's PDF page 180. No worries. And so it just outlines the cost share split of specifically the sewer extension, right there, down, back down. Right there, that one. And so it talks about who is paying which portion of the project. So you'll see a blue portion, that's a bore under 2590. City of Canyon is gonna pay 100% of that construction cost. N&B and the City of Canyon are gonna split the original cost of the 8-inch line that the developer was gonna need. That's the green line shown. And then any oversizing along that route is shown in red. The City of Canyon is required by state law to pay that oversizing cost. And then there's a north-south extension in pink. The N&B will pay 100% of that portion, and that is what will serve a future commercial corner there. And I know that tenant, proposed tenant, is excited to get working. And so this document talks through the agreement for that cost share. It also mentions a couple other agreements, which will be for us to have the appropriate easement needed for our major water line that's going to go along the north side of their subdivision. And then also formalizes an agreement that the mayor made with Robbie about recreational green space improvements, which states that the City of Canyon and the developer will both put in $100,000 towards green space improvements in the subdivision. And so all these things are put together in that participation agreement for your consideration tonight.
And N&B will be the one constructing.
Yes, they will be constructing the sewer extension. That was the primary incentive for us to work with them. This will be in addition to their Unit 1 project, and we can participate with them. That should speed things up and save us some costs upfront.
Move to approve the Myra Park Unit 1 participation agreement as presented and authorize City Manager Joe Price to execute the agreement on behalf of the City of Canyon.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes. All right, item number 14 is consider take appropriate action on resolution number 21-2024. A resolution calling for a public hearing to be held on October 15, 2024. To hear testimony regarding setting of water and wastewater impact land use assumptions and eligible capital improvement plans for water, wastewater, and road systems in the City of Canyon.
All right. I thought I was going to be done after 13, but our consultant surprised me last week, and so we added this one on. We're working with Freese and Nichols on the capital recovery fee study, as you're all aware, and we have had 2 meetings with our Capital Infrastructure Advisory Committee, is what they're called, which is our P&Z, with the addition of 2 members in the ETJ, Jeff Hamilton being one of those, Colby Monroe being the other. And so we heard their final presentation on land use assumptions and capital projects for the next 10 years of growth for the City of Canyon. And what they would like to do is hold a public hearing with the City Commission next month. And so we've advertised in the paper, and this is a request for a resolution to hold that public hearing. And so there's no action being taken here. This is just a resolution of this body to hold a public hearing next month in which Freese and Nichols will come and present that information for you all to hear and make a decision on whether or not you agree with those assumptions they've made for growth.
Make a motion to adopt resolution number 21-2024 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, is that the only advertising we're doing, or are we going to invite developers and builders to come and be a part of that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So this is the only thing that state law requires, is this resolution for the newspaper post. But we definitely have a good list of people. We have a good group of people here today that represent those groups. And that's also one of the reasons we added Jeff to that committee, to make sure that that perspective is heard and represented on that group. And then here, for you all, it's hearing the recommendation made from that group. So the SEAC already did recommend those land use assumptions in the projects. And what this does is just basically say, okay, here's what we assume is gonna happen for growth. Here's the projects that we need to accommodate that growth. And then that has to be approved before they can even go do any calculations. And so this is kind of that first step that helps them know how to make calculations and make recommendations. But that's how state law outlines it, is that they have to go through this process.
Do you want to see more?
I mean, it probably wouldn't hurt for it to at least be a somewhat of a social media blast and maybe an invitation to builders
We still have
association.
that list from.
They can't,
Yep.
they're not gonna eat us. They
Absolutely.
can't hurt us.
No, there's no
Good for
problem
them
there.
to be here.
Absolutely.
All right. Have a motion and second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Gary, I'd like to say, as Lucas is transitioning, I want to thank the city. That was a lot that we just actually worked through, and that took a lot of time. So I want to thank everyone from the city that really put a lot of work into that. Dave and Jeff, thank you, and all your team for continuing to work with the city. I'm one that firmly believes we never want to be a place that's stagnant or has the potential to go backwards. So we always want to look at ways that we can move forward in a positive way, and I think this helps us move together in a positive way for the city. I know it may tax our city people some moving forward, but I thank you for your hard work and what you've put into this. I think it's a positive way and a positive light on the city of Kenyon as we move forward to not today's decisions, not about me sitting here, but it's about my grandkids in 20 years, what they're going to experience in this town, and that's the decisions we have to make. And I think we did that today.
I love that we all have a lot of risk in this. I think it's as equal as it possibly could be from a layperson's perspective, as the ground is as level as it could be, so.
Yeah, I like to say, I'm a huge proponent. I think it's essential for a city to be growing, so sometimes I get a little too passionate, so I apologize for that. And for the newspaper, for y'all to know, the one to really thank for this, we wouldn't have got it, is Robin. Robin is the one that got this over the hump for us, so be sure and give her the kudos. But
We work as a team. It's a team.
I'll second that.
Promote her to mayor pro tem. Sorry, Cody.
No.
You know, it has been a tremendous effort and by the development group, by city group, and I think the developers working together and, Tommy here with NNB, working to help make this possible and agreeing to, that additional oversize and taking care of that piece to make it. So, it's always great to see folks working together. And Dustin, I know you're in the middle of a lot of this too, and Adolfo and engineers. And so this has been a big effort. So, and Jonathan, I know you've worked to bring a lot of it to the table early on too. So thank you all. So,
Appreciate the trust.
Thank you, guys.
sure we don't. I mean, just keep Joe talking like me, why?
Need a bath after this.
All right, we took care of item number 15, so that takes us to item number 16. Consider and take appropriate action on bids received for Interstate Highway 27 Water Main Relocation Project. Looks like you're taking care of it, huh?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commission. I'll be presenting on behalf of Chris tonight. He's out celebrating his 20th wedding anniversary, so next time y'all see him, give him a big congratulations. Okay, so I'll start this with a little bit of a brief description on our relocation project. This is located just north of town, near our North Water Tower, along I-27, right about where Highway 87 intersects with I-27. TxDOT, as part of their interstate expansion efforts, has mandated that we relocate a 24-inch water main. So on August 28th, we held that bid opening for this project. Bid packets include both the mandated portion of what TxDOT has asked us to move, as well as an alternate portion of that line where we're trying to build a little bit of redundancy. This line is extremely important to the city of Canyon and its residents, as nearly 2/3 of our water comes through that area. Adolfo has designed this to where we can relocate that water main without having any downtime or reduced capacity for water. And that redundant line will be essential to us in the future, moving forward with all this development that Lucas has presented to you today. We do expect that that redundant water main may one day be a necessary effort instead of a redundant effort. We did receive a total of 5 bids for this project. That bid tabulation is a couple of sheets back in your packet. I'll walk you through the low bid for both the base and the alternate bids. For the base bid, that low bid was submitted by Scott Wampler Construction in the amount of $633,800 with a total of 90 calendar days to complete. This total is fully budgeted and we expect will be 100% reimbursable by TxDOT. The low bid for the alternate bid, also submitted by Scott Wampler Construction, is in the amount of $472,700 with a total of 60 calendar days to complete. This portion of the project is an unbudgeted expense that the city will be 100% responsible for paying for. However, Joe and Joel have had conversations about identifying funding mechanisms for that portion of the project. We do believe that if we construct this alternate bid at this time, it will grant us a long-term cost savings because our contractor will already be in the area and working with the required equipment to perform a similar line in a similar area. We'll be able to save on additional mobilization and demobilization costs, as well as pay for that line in today's prices instead of future inflated pricing. As a sum total, that would bring the contract to $1,106,500 with a total time of completion of 150 calendar days to complete. Our engineer, Adolfo, has also provided an award recommendation letter attached in your packet. Staff agrees with that recommendation letter and is recommending to you that we approve both the base and alternate bids and award them to Scott Wampler Construction in the amount of $1,106,500. I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
So move.
Second.
I did have just a couple of questions. So what did we have originally? And I didn't see it in here.
We budgeted what, 750, Bo? Money in, money out?
800.
800. So that, we weren't sure what the bid amount was gonna come out. So
Right.
800 was our opinion of probable construction cost from our engineer, and so that's what we budgeted, and that's 100% refundable. On the 470, the price was too good to turn down, and so in that effort, we will put that small piece, we will repurpose some projects in our bond issuance that will start in December. We'll issue notice in December for bond, and so I have defunded a couple of projects in there to do this. It's just, because we suspect if we go back, it'll be double this price. So we need to sacrifice.
Any further discussion? I have a motion and a second. All in favor, signify by raising your right hand. Those like sign. Motion passes. Okay, takes us to item number 17, to consider and take appropriate action authorizing the city manager to act on behalf of the city of Canyon to execute the disposal agreement and the bulky waste agreement and disposal agreement between the city of Canyon and Republic Services.
All right. As you and our residents know, the city of Canyon has had a long relationship with Republic Services as a cooperative effort to keep our city waste-free and clean. These guys assist us in taking dumpsters and managing our landfill. So the time's come to renew those contracts. The last time those contracts were amended was in 2015. So we need to get those reinstated and updated. The first of two agreements before you is the disposal agreement. This agreement includes terms and conditions for both city staff and our residents to take waste directly to Southwest landfill. Just as a reminder of one of the great benefits we provide to City of Canyon residents is that should a resident show proof of a city water bill, they're able to take waste directly to the landfill up to 12 times a year at no cost to them. The second agreement is the bulky waste collection and disposal agreement. It includes terms and conditions for waste collected by Republic Services and taken to Southwest landfill. Currently, Republic picks up trash for us approximately quarterly, every 10 to 12 weeks or so. This service is provided for the majority of City of Canyon communities, with the exception of Hunsley Hills, Madison Park, and Spring Canyon. The only reason for those not being included is they do not have alleys, and so they are curbside pickup only. A few key components of these agreements include the updated fees and invoicing periods. Both of these contracts were on separate timelines. One of them fell within our fiscal year, one of them aligned with the calendar year. We're now realigning both of those to fall on fiscal years. The delivery procedures and acceptance of waste being disposed of has also been updated, as well as a few price adjustments to meet today's economic landscape. These agreements have been reviewed by Public Works staff, the city manager, and the city attorney. We recommend that you move to authorize the city manager, Joe Price, to act on behalf of City of Canyon to sign and execute both agreements.
So nothing's changed in scope much at all, other than consolidation of the timelines, which both Buck and us wanted to do, but nothing obviously changes with fluctuation in CPI. Brian Cornelius here, our new lead on the ground. Most of our time is with Matthew Peterson, who is right here in front of me. These guys do a great job of working with us. We listen and we talk to them on a frequent basis, so they do a great job. They're here representing this item today. Like Tanner said, we recommend approval.
Joe, what is the price adjustment?
It's in the contract, Gary. Yeah. Give the collection hauling fee.
But the previous,
I don't know if we have the previous in there, Tanner. Do we?
We do. Here, let me pull it up. And Matt, if you know those numbers off the top of your head, feel free.
So, excuse me. Off the top of my head, I don't know if I can speak to direct numbers, but I can speak towards percentages. Over the course of this negotiation, we started this discussion well over a year ago, sometime in summer of '23. Through that, we started to talk about not only aligning these issues, but started taking a broader look at, our relationship and how we interact and participate in the community. So within that timeline, we did miss out on price increase for both of the contracts that are in front of you tonight. So we're looking to recoup that missed opportunity from last year, and then couple that with this year's price increase to get caught up to today's economic numbers. So respectively, the bulk waste agreement is right at 8% of a increase, and the disposal is at 14%.
And I do have those exact numbers.
Thank you.
The previous rate for that bulk waste was $149.97. That is now the number you see there on screen, $171.95. And for the landfill drop-off, the previous rate was $33.29. That has been updated to $36 overall.
And the last time that adjustment was made was
2015. These contracts are 5-year contracts with an automatic renewal option.
Before, they were just single-year automatic renewal, correct, Matthew?
Actually, the disposal was year to year, and this was another item that we addressed. Disposal was year to year, and then the bulk collection was on 4-year cycles.
So we just tried to clean it all up. So, and you can see the new, they do have CPI adjustments directly in the context, Mr. Mayor, of the contract.
the new contract, and we didn't have that previously.
They gave us notice and some of that, it's all factored in now, so it's just automatic from year to year. So nothing has to be required. So they have a CPI adjustment index in there.
And that was a difference between the two contracts before as well, was there was a fixed rate on the disposal and then a variable rate that was the greater of 4% or water sewer trash index. And, you know, in the last couple of years, that has been greater than 4%. Today, it's about 5.3. So we utilize that same language, making it the greater 4% or the lesser of. So the maximum that you would have would be 4%. So in the event of this year, it would be, 4% in lieu of the 5.3. In the last number of months, we've started to see some relief where that water sewer trash index had peaked out after a very steady climb over the last 24 months, topped out about 6% in December of 2023, and then we've seen some relief over the last couple of months where it's come down. How that's going to continue, we don't know how that will, over the course of time adjust, but in this case, it will always be in the favor of the city.
This question, I think we've had a good relationship over time. This question, I got a feeling earlier that maybe we got some preference on rate and all compared to general customers. Is that true?
That is true. So your disposal rate, for example, is about $8, $10 less than our standard gate rate. So we very much do appreciate the relationship. The proximity to the landfill gives some advantage to that as well, and just we have a really good partnership here that we place a lot of value on.
Thank you.
I've already made the motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the resolution, contract. All in favor, signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes. Thank you, and appreciate you all too helping with our Save the City here during a couple of days too.
Thank you for the opportunity. We very much appreciate it being invited to participate in the State of the City. We put a lot of community engagement efforts here in the city of Canyon. Again, we value the partnership and love being able to be a true partner of the city.
Very good. Thank you. All right. That, I believe, takes us to item number 18, considering to take appropriate action on grant award for HEMGP project, pump station, and water well generators. Joe?
Well, we applied for this grant 2 years ago, and we were notified last week that we have received it. It's a 90-10 split. We did have a kickoff meeting already with our staff, and so ultimately the project is around the high 800,000 range. There are 5 generators. Eric has assisted in some of those wells, well 24, 25, 34, 35 are the wells that will power up. And then we're going to do a pump station generator as well. There's a few things that our staff has recommended to tweak on the power needed. Shouldn't be an issue, but all in all, we are good and ready to move forward on this. And our contribution is 10%, and I think we've got most of it already set aside, correct, Mr. Boyer?
That's correct.
So our 10% is already set aside in our capital fund. So we're ready to move forward. We hope this one goes better than the master drainage plan. Should be a lot simpler. I'm sorry, I had this FEMA's.
Mr. Mayor, I move we accept the hazard mitigation grant award and authorize the mayor to sign the award letter with the attached grant terms and conditions for the City of Canyon Water Utility Generator Project.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. I just do want to throw out, I think this is really a big deal for the city of Canyon where basically an unfunded mandate that we didn't have a choice but to go down this road. And, you know, it's probably wise to have some generators out there, but we really didn't have a choice. And so pull those kind of funds out of our capital projects. Just, this is huge to get this grant. So well done. Thank you all for down this road and on the grant.
Thank you.
With that, all in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. The motion passes. All right, item number 19, consider and take appropriate action on tourism services agreement between City of Canyon and Canyon Chamber of Commerce. Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Burns and I worked on this together. He handles the hotel duty, but decided he wouldn't be here today. So we memorialized our services with Canyon Chamber of Commerce. They're providing certain tourism aspects on a day-to-day basis. We wanted that to be a little more informality. We did change the payment structure. A lot of the stuff that would come in, yes, it was advertising, but we know they're performing those service duties. So they're a little different than the other ones that receive the Hotel Motel Fund. Most of those other entities are using it purely for advertisement. However, Roger and his, I can't remember the new young lady's name, but they're performing that service. We know they're getting the calls, visitors, asking about lodging, you know, where to stay, where to go. They're getting a lot of that. And so we're just changing that dynamic, and we're going to pay them for that information on a monthly basis. And so that's broken down. There's 4 work activities in this. We asked them to do the community calendar, which they're already actively doing now. And that would include also non-chamber members. And so the other part would be the continued hospitality services, material enhancement of our image for the outside and our visitors. That'd be bags, those phone calls. We want some statistics on that. Those are outlined in the agreement on specifically what those statistics are. The other 2, they're also performing, and we fully expect to expend those out. We would like a little more collaboration and approval on those before those monies are spent on those items. And those 2 are convention and meeting services, and then community event planning and coordination. So 4th of July, all that type of stuff. We know those dollars will get spent. We just want a little more coordination activity on that. So I think a lot of times we're some of the last to know, hey, there's these people were in town and they had 40 rooms. Well, that'd been great. We would have done bags. We would have done some nice things to welcome them to town. So we're trying to bridge some of that dynamic, and I think Roger feels very good about it, and so does the chamber leadership. And so we just wanted to memorialize this is a 2-year lock-in. Most of our hotel motel are 1 year. So we are locking in 2 years for $42,000 each, which is pretty close to what he had asked for, like 75 or 80. But that seems reasonable on these services. I think that's what he got last year, if I memory serves me right. So very simple, very basic. So we did talk on the day-to-day on items 1 and 2 on those being to go out monthly to be a little more flexible for the chamber. I think that will help them, but also help us get some of that information. We want to know how many calls we're getting, how many people are calling asking about lodging and things of that nature. We just want a little more detail on that, and so we know we're getting it. He just needs to track it. That's all I have. And BCD was good with this contract. I did let the Hotel Motel Board take a look at it. They liked it.
So basically $24,000 a year, and then the rest of it is proven based on the data that they
Yes, they
says
get
prior
they get
approval required.
Yes, they get the 24,000. That's going to be on a monthly basis, and then the other part, those just come as they are.
As they are.
Like they have teachers come to town or whoever, or, that we're gonna have all this. And obviously, he's gonna have a significant amount on like for 4th of July, just to remind everybody, the city pays for the porta potties, and I think we're paying for the fencing too. I think it's fencing and porta potties. I know the city's doing that, but we're also helping some on the hotel motel side on advertising and things of that nature. So as those come in, those will be expensed. And so those are not routine, reoccurring type of expenses like the first and second one. Those are routine daily services that the chamber is providing on behalf of our community. It's not our intent. It's our intent to pay that fully out at $42,000. So I don't see us not paying it out.
I move to approve the tourism and promotional services agreement between the City of Kenyon and the Kenyon Chamber of Commerce.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes. Okay, takes us to item number 20. Consider and take appropriate action on purchase of backhoe for the water department.
Thank you. The Water Department is seeking authorization to purchase a backhoe. This is a purchase that is included in the 24-25 fiscal year budget, but because there's a significant time between whenever an order is placed and when it is actually delivered, they are seeking authorization before the fiscal year begins. The current backhoe is about 10 years old. It is in use about 3 to 4 days a week and is capable of digging up to 14 feet. The new backhoe would be capable of digging up to 21 feet. The sales price of $257,885 has been obtained using a Sourcewell cooperative agreement. Warren Cat is also offering a $72,000 trade-in allowance for the current backhoe, as long as the operating hours do not exceed 3,300 hours between now and when the new equipment is delivered. This puts the final purchase price at $185,885, which is the amount that is included in next year's fiscal budget. It is staff's recommendation that the commission authorize staff to purchase a backhoe from Warren Cat in the amount of $185,885. I do want to point out there is a typo on this suggested motion that $5 is left out. I don't want to come back again in 2 weeks and ask you for $5. Just want to make that clarification.
So it's coming out of next year's budget.
Next year's budget, that is correct.
I move we approve.
A second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the purchase of the backhoe from Warren Cat, amount of $185,885. All in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes.
Thank you all.
Okay, item number 21, consider and take appropriate action on resolution number 19-2024, resolution by the City of Kenyon, Texas, denying Southwest Public Service Company's proposed surcharge in connection with final rates approved related to its statement of intent submitted on about February 8, 2023, authorizing cities' continued participation with other cities in the Alliance of XL Municipalities and the participation in related rate proceedings, authorizing the hiring of attorneys and consultants, requiring reimbursement of reasonable legal and consultant expenses, finding that the meeting complies with the Open Meetings Act, making other findings and provisions relating to the subject. Joe?
This is another rate case to do. They basically call it a relay back period. So had they implemented the rates at that time, which we denied, and they had to work for I think 12 to 13 months to get that done, they're asking for that time period for a surcharge. I think that time period would be paid out over a 10-month occurrence. At this point, our SPS, our AXM, Alliance of XL Municipalities Special Counsel, which is Frey Herrera, you've heard me mention him many times, they're asking us to deny this surcharge rate increase at this time and to allow them to intervene in the proceedings with Public Utility Commissions of Texas.
I move we adopt resolution number 19-2024 as presented.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. The motion passes. And with that, that takes us to item 22, executive session pursuant to 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.074, personnel matters, evaluations for city attorney, municipal court judge, and city manager. And with that, I have 6:16, and we will adjourn to executive session.